Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day one of the CCIW Women's Bowling Championships. The College Conference of Illinois, Wisconsin, and all of its members promote good sporting behavior by student athletes, coaches, and fans. We request your cooperation in supporting the student athletes and officials in a positive manner. Profanity, derogatory comments, or intimidating actions towards student athletes, officials, team representatives, or other fans will not be tolerated and are grounds for removal. The CCIW has many traditions, but bad behavior isn't one of them. Yeah. We appreciate your cooperation in creating a safe and positive game environment. Respect is the name of the game. Today, these four teams will participate in 2 rounds of the practical double elimination in the Mega Match format. The Mega Match encompasses 3 different rounds, and the team must get to 2 points to win the match. The first round is the traditional format of 5 individual games. Whichever team has the highest score from all 5 individual games wins the point and leads the Mega Match 1-0. The second round of the Mega Match is the Baker Total Pinfall portion, which consists of 5 group games. The winners determine the pinfall all 5 Baker games together. Third round, if necessary, is a tiebreaker round, a best-of-7 Baker format. The first team to 4 games wins the point and wins the Mega Match 2-1. Now, let's introduce our teams. On lane 25, the number 1 seed led by Dan Mueller, Marian University Sabres. On lane 26, the 4 seed led by Tori Bartolome, the Elmhurst University Blue Jays. On lane 21 is 2 seed led by Mason Petrin, the Carroll University Pioneers. On lane 22, number 3 seed led by Rich McElneill, the Aurora University Spartans. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to congratulate these teams for making it this far and wishing them the best as they contend for the championship title. Please stand if you are willing and able to move your hats for the playing of our national anthem. Teams, your lanes are now coming on for 10 minutes of practice.
Go. Start. Just don't like things like when you practice, and when they're that easy when they're fell apart or something, but when the lanes are ready, they fix the archways.
Teams practice times now. Roots. You are 55 minutes. You may start your engines. Ladies, you may begin your matches.
You'll hear it today.
was hearing it before, and it sounded good for whatever reason. Really hear it all back. Like you can't hear the person that's talking. Like would an old school AirPods? Well, no, I don't think there's any way to really do that. Fill it. We're going. Thank you. So you might be able to get this right now. What they're doing. Everybody whoever wins that wins the first part of the mega match. Yeah, so mega match has 3 parts. You got to get two and one. You got to win first to 2, right? So they got 5 traditional games. Okay. So A, B, C, D, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100. That's 500 points, right? They get 501. They get that point. Then you go Baker through 5 full games. Through 5 full Baker games. So then the Baker games are they switch off every time. Yeah, so like it'll just go break 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 through 10 with all 5 bowlers. So Lori will bowl 5 and 10. Gotcha. Okay. So the difference is, right, in this, if we're just looking at Lori as E, right, she now is rolling strike, right? So she is focused on her pinfall with just her shots. With Baker, her shot is dependent on her shot point total is dependent on what the fourth and the third is. And then if they split that 1 and 1, it's a best of 7. So then they do a single Baker game, win or loss. A second Baker game, win or loss.
If you are joining us for the first time today, we welcome you to Suburbanite Bowl in suburban Chicago, Westmont, Illinois, to be exact. My name is Emil Williams Jr. It is the CCIW Bowling Championship. The winner not only will win the conference tournament, but will advance to the NCAA tournament, where a regional would await that particular team. And we are underway. 4 teams have advanced to the postseason here at the CCIW. The number 1 seed is Marian of Wisconsin. Marian is taking on Elmhurst. That is on the right side of your screen. And then on the left of your screen, Aurora is taking on Carroll. Carroll is the number 2 seed, and Aurora is the number 3 seed. Carroll 9-3 in the regular season. Aurora 7-5 in 2 regular season meets. CCIW meet number 1 and CCIW meet number 2. And then of course Marian 10-2 inside the CCIW in the regular season. Great shot there from Jocelyn Egger on the right side of your screen. I will keep you up to date, of course, on scores. Those will be somewhat difficult to see, of course, but I'll keep you updated as best as I can on obviously both matches. This is the mega match format, and for those of you unfamiliar with the mega match format, we begin the mega match format with a traditional game. Traditional team game format. Excuse me, as Anne-Marie Ruzick even had to get a laugh of that on her own, because that one got 3 off the right. And on a 34-foot lane condition, you actually don't anticipate getting 3 off the right in that regard. So that I could understand her quick laugh. I don't know if Coach Rich McElmill had the same smile, but I think he did. Brenda Shakira will take care of the spare for Marian. And they've got a very small lead, but Lori Decker, the talented lefty, and the sister of head coach Tori Bartoloni, for Elmhurst, again making their first CCIW tournament appearance in their program's history. Lori looking for an early 3-bagger. In regards to postseason awards, I'll talk about those in just a second. Decker got to get going. You know what? I would have to think on a short pattern. And Lori, who can certainly kind of fire it down there, right? So she has no problem getting the ball to get down the lane quickly. I could see her having a big day. And you know, in the traditional format, if you get one player, maybe two, but it's certainly one, who can get you to 240, 250, 260, that can be enough sometimes to win a traditional game. So Elmhurst certainly trying to pull an early upset here, but plenty of frames left. And Marian starting to figure some things out. Again, on a very demanding 34-foot lane condition, 24.85 mils. The ratio is 2.36 to 1. Pretty flat in the middle of the lane. Spares actually could be somewhat difficult because of the length of the pattern and because how flat it is. So if it's not going in the right direction, whether it's your first shot, in regards to your strike shot, whether you're left or right-handed, and if it's not going in the right direction on spare shots, it could be tough. Speaking of spares, a couple of miscues for both Carroll and Aurora on the left side of your screen. Aurora went with Ann Hansick, Christine Ricci, Alyssa Alexander, Emily Pleshar, and Anne-Marie Ruzek. And for Carroll went with Hope Minute, Allison Will, Sam Shortino. Love that last name. It's not spelled the way it's said. Hannah Bartlett, who was a second team all-conference selection, and of course the CCIW Student Athlete of the Year in Ava Butt. Ava anchoring this Carroll squad. Miscue there, and in the third frame, excuse me. Or frame two, I beg your pardon, that was Kylie Olson for Marian. For Elmhurst, Elmhurst started Teresa Duffrin, Dufresne, I beg your pardon. They started Teresa Dufresne, then Hannah Malone, and Mary Graves in the number 3 spot. Or Mary was 4th. I mentioned, forgot about Kylie. Kylie Firmuga in the 3rd spot, with Lori Decker, of course, anchoring Mary Graves in 4th, in that 4th position for the Elmhurst Blue Jays. Slow start for Marian could be a benefit, certainly for Elmhurst. It's right now between Mary Graves and, at the moment, Lori Decker. They've got 5 strikes between the two of them. And for Carroll, Allison Will putting together a nice run early. She's got the front 4. Eggert for Marian on the right side, and a 2-8. Looks like Marian's already kind of made some subtle moves to the left. It's been a little bit of push now, maybe a little bit of carry down. There are some players using urethane, which also will certainly push down some oil. Ruzick on the left for Aurora. Decker on the right for Elmhurst. Through the nose, 3-6-10 for Decker. And Ruzick able to get all 10 to fall in the 4th. It's a 30-pin lead at the moment for Carroll. 5th frame upcoming. Again, CCIW championship from Suburbanite Bowl in Westmont, Illinois, suburban Chicago. Of course, Elmhurst located in the western suburbs, as is Aurora University. Elmhurst is to hop on 290. Minute drive right now. A little bit of traffic out there this morning as we head into a wonderful Chicagoland afternoon. Decker takes the 2 off the 2-4-7. Shakira and the 3-6-10, her version of it, the righty version of what Decker just left, and already, you know, Shakira kind of got that look like, oh man, like what am I to do here? And it's because of this lane condition. I don't think there's any doubt about it. Whoever wins this tournament tomorrow, when it's all said and done, will have earned it, because this pattern is going to force it. Run over there early for Allison, the freshman majoring in nursing for Carroll. But the spare is good for Shakira. Mentioned Marian winning last year. They were chosen, or I should say sent, to the Lansing Regional in Lansing, Michigan. That was at Royal Scott. Great facility there in Michigan. And they went toe-to-toe with Youngstown State, who ended up winning the regional and moving on to the Final Four. But they nearly took the first traditional point away, speaking of Marian, and had they done that, it could have been a much different tournament. Youngstown State ended up winning by just a handful of pins. Winning that point, they went on to win the Baker portion as well. But I think Marian did open up a lot of eyes around the country. The school from Wisconsin can do work. Shortino, it's a good shot there. And Sam trying to get going. That's a good spare. Anything in the middle part of the lane right now could be a little bit tricky. Kylie Olson battles back with a strike in the 5th for Wisconsin. I'm sorry, Marian of Wisconsin. Coach Mason Peacher trying to push the right buttons at the moment. 13-0, out struggling early here. It's a much closer situation at the moment on 25 and 26 between Marian and Elmhurst. Good shot. Hannah Bartlett delivering in the 5th frame for Carroll. Hannah Malone for Elmhurst. Interesting note about Hannah. She's from Wooddale, Illinois. Her parents own Wooddale Bowl. Ooh, 4-5-7 goes for Anne Marie, and that's a big double. Lead is 54 pins. Mentioned Anne Marie's double, but Ava's triple for Carroll keeps them in the lead and then slightly extended it. Now a 54 pin advantage. We are through 5 frames. Carroll leads Aurora. Meanwhile, Elmhurst in a battle here with Marian. This is the 1 versus 4. And so if Elmhurst can get this first point, yeah, you start talking about confidence, momentum, energy, all those things play in bowling. Well, Brenda Shakira can kind of outbowl all of that potentially. That was a much needed frame there for Marian. They strike in 4 out of their 5 spots, with Shakira still clean. No doubles yet for her, but it looks like she's starting to kind of figure it out. The player so far for Carroll has been Allison Wall. She's about to step up next on lane 22, the left side of your screen. Carroll in orange jerseys with Carroll on the back of the jersey in navy blue with the white trim. Aurora and their blue unis on the left side. Crosses over. That's kind of a difficult break, actually. You'd love that 9-pin to fall, but it actually moved, which now makes the situation a bit more choppable. Big shot coming up here for Decker. Elmhurst, love to see Laura get back at it here. Lori, a first-team all-CCIW selection. Anne-Marie Ruvich of Aurora also on that team. That's got a hook. It does. So the first team is Anne-Marie Ruvich, Ava Butts, of course, Anne-Marie of Aurora, Ava of Carroll, Lori Decker of Elmhurst, Jocelyn Eggert of Marian, and Brenna Shakira of Marian. The second team features Maddie Lathrop of Augustana, Emily Pleshar of Aurora, Hannah Bartlett of Carroll, Jessica Rosa of Carthage, and Mary Graves of Elmhurst. No break there for Marian. Had a chance. Well, there was a player down on the practice range for Carroll. Now they got a couple of players struggling at the moment. We could see Sam with a ball change here coming up. Bartlett, that's got to hook off the pattern. It is not going to. It's just tricky enough, right? The distance makes you think, oh, almost a big 4 conversion there from Elmhurst. Oh, that's a heck of a job getting count from Teresa. Will take care of the spare. Anne-Marie coming up for Aurora on the left side of your screen. Hannah Malone crosses over, just the 5-pin to deal with. While Kylie Olson has to deal with a 5-7 for Marian on the right side of your screen. You look at some of the conference standings individual, updated through February 24th. Ava Butt, as she misses the head pin right there. 18.139 a game, or that's her average per frame. Overall fill percentage at 78.7. Again, these are numbers in the CCIW individual season stats updated through February 24th. Fourth in the traditional format in that category in regards to average per frame. Traditional fill percentage 78.5 for Ava, and on cue fills another. See a lot of players who are in the anchor roles for their respective teams, and they leading a lot of these standings. And that makes obviously a ton of sense. Typically speaking, your best player or best players are in that 4th or 5th hole. Oh, they got a handful on that one. That's a good break. An even better break that it carried. You talking about getting a handful. Hope was not denied on that one. 62 pin advantage for Carroll. Now into frame 7. Marian and Elmhurst still in frame 6, and it is a 2-pin battle, and it is going back and forth. That was a really good shot there for Eggert. She gets a break. The breaks giveth and the breaks taketh away. That was a very interesting hit on the head pin. I actually thought a couple of pins were going to fall, and that was going to be a little bit of a break there. No count, unfortunately, on that split for Aurora. Eggert on the right side of your screen looking for 10-pin conversion. Will not get there. She's missed a couple of single pins now back to back. Elmhurst has got a golden opportunity. Try to take the first traditional point. in this mega match. Meanwhile, Aurora starting to get a little bit of energy here. Christine Ricci, big shot in the 7th frame. That was the first open, by the way, for Allison Wall, who has been fantastic for Carroll. This is a double elimination tournament. Make sure you check the bracket online at CCIW.org. Check out women's bowling or women's sports, then select bowling. But the bracket, of course, 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3. The winners will move on and face one another this afternoon at 2 p.m. Central. The loser of these respective matches will face one another again this afternoon, with one team being eliminated here today. Whoever leaves today undefeated will be able to get a few extra minutes of sleep. They will not have to bowl bright and early in the morning. Great shot there for Decker. 5 out of 6 for Lori Decker. Much needed shot there for Aurora. Emily Pleshar from Lockport, Illinois, a graduate student. That was a huge double. Trying to cut into the Carroll lead. Marian have had some really good production from their leadoff bowler in Abby Giddings. 1 open through 7 frames for Abby, and still got an opportunity to max in the 230s, 235 specifically. And what right now is a 10-pin advantage for Marian. That's got to hook a lot for Teresa Dufresne. Here's Anne-Marie for Aurora. Left side of your screen, Greek Church. Bartlett with a 56-pin lead. We'll add to it. Good spare. Olsen strikes in the 7th. That's 2 in a row for Marian. And now Marian maybe with a little bit of momentum. Uh-oh. Look out. Yeah, that one looked like she hit maybe the foot or an ankle. First question is she okay? Speaking of Ava of Carroll. She came back smiling, which is a good sign. Gets a 1. Ava. That was going to be a tough frame. You're just trying to make sure you get it off your hand. She lost count. But Carroll still with the lead. 61-pin advantage. Thanks to all of you who have tuned in. Watching the wide angle stream here, getting 2 matches simultaneously. CCIW this year hosted by the 4th seed Elmhurst. Eggert strikes in the 7th, and plenty of momentum, and now the largest lead for Marian currently stands at 27 pins. CCIW Division III conference. Whoever wins the tournament will advance to a regional. That certainly will also include Division I and or Division II schools. Heck of a frame there for Marian. And now their lead extends to 35 pins. That was a good shot there from Ricci. Didn't quite get there. Pretty cool bowling center here at Suburbanite. Good spare. You can actually see the pin setters work. There's like a kind of a neoprene see-through masking unit. That's a good shot. Oh, and the 10-pin falls for Allison Wall, who has been the MVP so far for Carroll here in this traditional format. She started out with the front four, 9 spare, 8 spare. Her only open was a split back in the 7th frame. Okay, Shortino needed to see something positive happen. She had been struggling this game. Coach Petrin and Coach Ermish, Courtney Ermish, the assistant head coach. Courtney also bowls on the PWBA Tour as Lori Decker makes it 6 out of 7 and is keeping Elmhurst in the game at the moment. Maybe the best shot of the match there for Alyssa Alexander for Aurora. Bartlett, that is left. Will it cross? It will, and it will carry. Great shot again. Emily with a 3-bagger, and Aurora, if they can put together a solid 9th frame, they could at least make it interesting in the 10th frame. But Carroll has struck the top 4, the first 4 players, and Butt trying to make it 5 for 5. That one was very quick off the hands. 1-2-10 washout. Now turning your attentions to the right side of your screen. Talked about how good Abby Giddings has been for Marian. That's got a hook. It will not. Open frame there in the 8th for Giddings as the lead has been trimmed. Again, Decker for Elmhurst. Right now, keeping Elmhurst in this game. But she's going to need a little bit of help. Unfortunately, one in the channel for Dufresne. She did not lose count, so a spare here would be clutch. Dufresne. Love a spare. That actually looks online from this angle. Oh, good shot. That was a really good shot there. She can keep it right there, keep it in that zone. Should be in good shape moving forward. 2 frames left. Here is Malone for Elmhurst. The Blue Jays again are to kind of get this upset brewing. They're going to need some pins to fall here. Same thing for Aurora. They trail by 76 pins. Wow, the 9-pin shakes. It shook, it rattled, but it did not roll. For Ann Hensick. Good shot for Carroll. Again, the MVP for Carroll so far today. Allison Wall in the number 2 spot has been fantastic and has helped Carroll open up an 88-pin lead in the traditional format. Meanwhile, for Marian, right of your screen. It's a must-have shot right there. If you're Marian, you just got to fill frames because you know Lori Decker, if she continues to strike, she's going to keep the game close. So very important for Marian to continue to just fill frames. If you're Elmhurst, it's the same situation but a different meaning. Filling frames helps close the deficit and gives more help for Lori Decker, the anchor player, and the all CCIW first team member. Eggert struggled a little bit today. Was looking for her first double, and she leaves a 3-6. Any non-strike for Marian is a gift at the moment for Elmhurst. Shortino. Ricci is in the midst of a pretty solid game. Missed a couple in the middle of the lane, unfortunately. He's got 2 opens. Max score now 185. Bartlett, second team all-conference. And she leaves a 2-8 for Carroll. Carroll's lead is now ballooned to 106 pins. So they are inching closer toward a, or I should say, grabbing the first point here in this mega match. If you were to, of course, we're in the midst of March Madness in both the men's and women's basketball tournaments. That's got appeal. It does not. It's a very, very minute, I should say, zone and lane condition you got to play with, especially as a righty, right? You can play up the boards, but the minute you start to open up your angles, it gets very tricky, right? Because there's a lot of volume in the middle of the lane, but it's also flat, right? So if you think you can kind of bank it off maybe 3-4, something like that, you can't. It's a good way to get count there for Shakira. I think for Elmhurst to win this first point, I'm thinking Lori Decker's probably going to have to shoot at least 250. Right now her max is 263. That means strikes here in the 8th, 9th, and at least the first one in the 10th. The lefty, that looks a little bit right. Crosses over and gets a huge break. Decker wearing number 8. She strikes in the 8th frame. And Elmhurst has taken a 6-pin lead over top seed Marian of Wisconsin. And both teams are going to take a moment to huddle There are a lot of Elmhurst fans, as you might anticipate. For Elmhurst, it's as simple as don't even think about the moment. Just focus on filling frames. For Marian, you know, if there is pressure, it would be on them as the #1 seed. They are expected, quote unquote, as the top seed, right? Just like any top seed is, to win not only the match that they're in, but win the tournament. Aurora, they still have a little bit of life. The last couple of frames there for Ava of Carroll have been difficult. A lot of things would have to go the way of Aurora, but it is still possible. Dufresne. Big strike in the 9th frame. She'll take that break. That was a really, really, really good shot there. Same can be said for Aurora. Heidi Enriquez has checked in. Freshman from Plainfield East. Meanwhile, Kylie Olson with a big strike in the 9th frame for Marian. Strike spare is so key in the 9th frame. Enriquez comes in after some warm-up shots on the warm-up pair and puts up a clutch double here. .151 for Hope. And even though Heidi has come in, this game still belongs to Ann. The final score will go into the column for Ann Hensick. Not bad, though, for Heidi to just come in and put up a couple of strikes immediately. Meanwhile, Marian said, you know what, we're in the 9th frame. It's kind of winning time. Let's figure this thing out, just like Allison Wall. And Allison Wall, the key for Carroll here. Just had a chance. Eggert with a 2-4-5 handles that. Marian is clean in the 9th frame. Elmhurst with just 1 strike, 2 opens. It was a 1-pin lead coming into the 9th frame for Elmhurst. Grace Leonard is checking in as well. This is important for a lot of reasons for Aurora because, again, all right, we already kind of you know what you know now about the pattern, about how the traditional format went, and so you're getting your players a couple of opportunities, your substitutes, those who are on the bench for the traditional, you get them a couple opportunities early, or I'm sorry, late in this game, and those folks might be in the contest for the 5-game total pinfall Baker situation. Meanwhile, though, Lori Decker is still keeping Elmhurst alive. Again, I think she needs at least 250 for Elmhurst to have a chance. At the end of the day, Marian is still Marian, right? So they still have talent that can get you that first point. But Lori Decker trying to carry Elmhurst potentially to a traditional format point. Big exhale and a deep breath. The lefty, that's a good looking shot. She got that hit a couple of times already this game, and the 10-pin unable to cooperate. If that falls there, it's just a different situation in the 10th frame, knowing you have Lori Decker at the bottom of the lineup, and every hit after that is worth 30 pins. If she carried that, that was a huge shot. But she threw it well and threw it right where she needed to. Meanwhile, on the other side, Carroll still with a 67-pin lead. And unfortunately, with that open, that is all but going to do it. Now, it could be interesting, though, right? You don't want to see Carroll miss this spare if you're a Carroll fan, obviously. Because it could then get a little bit interesting. You add 30 pins. Big spare for Decker. Coach Bartoloni, I mean, I think this is literally everything you could ask for from your team. You're the 4th seed. You're facing top seed Marian. You know Marian is the best team in the conference. 10-2 in the regular season. Carroll 9-3. They're the number 2 seed. Elmhurst comes in at 6-6, tied with Augustana. They get into the tournament. They had a higher total pinfall against Augustana. Giddings crosses over. Boy, misses the head pin left. There is a situation out there for Elmhurst to try to sneak this traditional point away from Marian. Dufresne. Oh. That was a really good shot. Giddings with a difficult spare here. The 1, 3, 8, 10. There's a couple ways to kind of shoot at it too, but you got to make sure you get the 8-pin. She's going to hook at it. Oh, and almost made it the hard way. 164. For Giddings. How about the 226, by the way, for Allison Wall to lead Carroll. Big spare for Dufresne. I think to win, you can't call it an upset unless the match is won, in my opinion. But it would be very close to that if Elmhurst can get this first point away from Marian. And Marie, wow. The 9-pin still shaking. Carroll's going to get the first point, though. Well, I got to tell you, the last couple of shots for Teresa have been very good. 10th frame, very good. Couple of wrap 10s. Even going back to the 8th frame, Olsen throws one out the window. She got the first one in the 10th, though, which was vital for Marian. Malone needs a break and gets one. The Elmhurst fans who are here, including staff, dead locked in to what's happening, of course, with the Blue Jays. Big moment potentially for this program. But there's still plenty of work to do. Marian, no matter how it ends up, they're not going down without a fight. Malone got to get a little bit of help. Wow, that's about as good of a 9 count as you will ever see, folks. That was flirting with what looked like 3, and good pin action turned that into 9. If you're a fan of either of these teams, and I assume you are if you're watching, please share and let the good people know where to find the CCIW championship. Meanwhile, this right here could be the separation. Elena. Rimmer. No, on the 10 pin. Or excuse me, Alana, I beg your pardon. From Woodville, Wisconsin. A junior. If Alana strikes there, again, that's 30 additional. And again, that's where the Lori Decker not striking the 9th is so important. You got to stay on the lane, and it is not. 10th frame miscue for Marian. Still life for Elmhurst. Needs some strikes. There is one. Carroll in the books. They shoot .843. Eggert, that's got a hook. Oh boy. And she misses the head pin right. This is falling right into the hands of Elmhurst, folks. Maybe a double. On the other side, it is. Kylie Fiermuga. 8:08 the final score for Aurora. So the first point of the mega match belongs to Carroll. I'll be headed to the Baker format here in just a moment. Eggert, this is a huge spare. That was huge. All right, she gets 6. 173 for Kylie. Eggert on the first team all conference. This lane pattern has been very difficult. She shoots 156. Marian right now with a 25 pin lead. Mary Graves just got to fill a frame. If she can fill a frame here in the 10th, Elmhurst is going to be looking good and on cue. no matter what happens, Elmhurst is going to put their trust and their faith in their anchor player and their first team all-conference selection in Lori Decker, and the same thing for Marian. Brenda Shakira has been in these moments time and time again for Coach Mueller. She is loose, relaxed, smiling with her teammates at the moment. Graves, oh, close on the washout. It is a 10-pin advantage for Marian. Elmhurst has a small advantage. Because of the spare in the 9th frame for Decker. Let's do the math just to make sure. .867 is possible. 857. I'm sorry, 867 also on the board for Marian. So we could possibly have a tie if all three strike in the 10th frame. Decker, the first one. First mistake, unfortunately, of the contest for Lori. That shot looked pretty good. Leaves the big 4. And now Brenda Shakira. Leaves some good count. Decker is going to have to try to make this. And Shakira did her job. She makes the spare. Decker has to make hers to have any chance. Talk about miraculous. She's going to give it a run. 841 is the total. Decker shoots 216. That is the second highest game by any player in any match. Allison Wall shot 226 for Carroll. Shakira strikes on the field to get to 173. 857 to 841. Elmhurst had a chance to come out and shock Marian. And now what sometimes certainly happens in that situation where the team that is expected to win kind of gets a rude awakening, if you will. I anticipate Marian to certainly be ready for this Baker format. With that said, we will step aside and we will get you ready for Baker competition. 5-game total pinfall Baker is next. You're watching the CCIW Conference Championship here on the Elmhurst Blue Jays Sports Network. All right, the Baker formats, 5-game total pinfall on the way. Second part of the mega match formats. And on the right side of your screen, again, your 1 versus 4, Marian versus Elmhurst. A very, very close traditional match of which Elmhurst had a chance, at the very least, to tie. And Decker would have needed all 3 in the 10th. That's assuming British Akira would have gotten all 3 in the 10th. Unfortunately, Decker left a big 4 in the 10th frame, was unable to convert. Shakira left a 6-pin, made the spare, and that was ultimately the difference. And Marian advances, or wins, 857 to 841. In the Carroll versus Aurora match, your 2 versus 3 seeds. Carroll led by Allison Will, I beg your pardon. Allison Will, 226. She shot the team shot 843. Aurora shot 808. That one was close as well. And now we move, of course, into, again, 5-game total pinfall Baker. If Carroll and Marian win respectively, they will win 2-0 in the mega matches, and they will face one another this afternoon. Should Aurora or Elmhurst win the total pinfall Baker portion of their respective matches, then we would go to the tiebreak, which is the best of 7 Baker tiebreaker, just like a match play scenario. See some similar lineups, but Aurora has made a couple of changes. They moved Christine Ritchie to the leadoff spot, Grace Leonard into the number 2 position. Big thanks to Matthew Hoff, who is the sports information director at Elmhurst. Getting his first reps in regards to bowling, and streaming and score input and all of the above. He's doing a great job. He's also handled the announcements as well. I think this is where Marian will be much better, right, in the Baker format, to where, you know, there's an opportunity for them to put together good frames in a row consecutively. They got out to a slow start, but again, folks, this lane pattern, it's NCAA dual transfer 1, 34 feet, 24.85 mils. It's not the easiest by any stretch. So that part in and of itself definitely played a role in the scoring pace. And it took several frames for some players to try to get lined up. Nice shot there from Decker. And Shakira takes care of the 10-pin. Again, if you're just joining us, you're watching the CCIW Women's Bowling Conference Championship Tournament. We are live from Suburbanite Bowl and suburban Chicago, Westmont, Illinois to be exact. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Pleased to be on the call with you. And on behalf of the CCIW, we'll have a conference champion tomorrow, and that team will advance to the NCAA regional, the NCAA tournament. And they will advance to a specific regional. That location certainly to be determined with the NCAA selection show coming up next week. Good shot there from Giddings. And Marian is clean through 6 frames. Strike, 4 consecutive 9 spares, and another strike. So the only strikes so far have come from Giddings here as the team passes around what looks to be kind of some cool star-like sunglasses. That's another thing about just college in general, right? But when you get to the postseason, you know, you do anything that'll help the team get some kind of advantage. How about Aurora on the left side of your screen there? They're clean through 6 frames as well. Right now, the second session is scheduled to begin at 2 p.m. Central Time. We began at 11 a.m. I think on some of the scheduling, there was talks of beginning at 10 a.m. today. Nonetheless, because of that, it was 11 a.m. But so it remained at 11. There was some talks beginning a little bit earlier. The second session will begin at 2 p.m., so there won't be too much of a break. But we will have some lanes to shift, certainly. How about Marian? Yeah, you just anticipate them to be just a little bit better in the Baker format. And with teams with talent, I told you sometimes that traditional format can be tough, especially when the lanes are difficult. But once you get to the Baker format, right, there's a way to kind of, if you've got one player that's struggling a little bit, you can kind of hide that player around those who are indeed striking. Right now, this looks like the #1 seed that everyone kind of expected to see, I think. First open there for Aurora. Heidi Enriquez in the 7th frame. Grace Leonard again in the number 2 spot. Ann Hensick is in the 6th position. So for Coach Rich McElmeal, he is literally playing every single player in his roster in Baker. It is a full team effort for Aurora. Wow, high flush, no love on the 7 for Sam Shortino for Carroll. This is one of those situations for Marian, and boy, if they can shoot 240 here, have a big lead after game 1, they could, you're talking about setting the tone. Shakira stepped out of that one. She hasn't been comfortable yet. She stepped out of a lot of shots. I don't think she is completely comfortable yet with what this pattern is asking of her. And really of the entire team. There's a small window to work with on this lane condition. Again, 34 feet, 24.85 mils, 2.36 to 1. It is flat. It's short. I haven't seen as many players as I thought play closer to the gutter. I'm actually very surprised by that. And the couple of shots that I have seen players get close, they've been very good. Marian with a strike's going to be a 225 after 1 game. Shot for Decker. Bang. There's a good one. Shakira. It's hard to not say it when their last name's Shakira. I talked to Coach Mueller earlier just to make sure I had the right pronunciation, and Coach and I talked about his own pronunciation as well. But of course, one of the cheers for Marian is the Shakira chant for their anchor player in Brenna. Best they can do, speaking of Elmhurst, is 170. Again, Marian out the gates with 225. That's got a chance. For Aurora, that was Emily in the 9th frame. And now Anne-Marie. She can step up and throw all 3 in the 10th for 179 for Aurora. It'll be 169 for Elmhurst. It's a big early advantage for Marian. .56 lead. Anne-Marie. All CCIW. First teamer. She's the only player from Aurora to earn a spot on the first team. Emily Pleshar did earn the spot for Aurora on the second team. Rubich. So going to get him in the 170s. That's hooking early. Carroll, very slow to come out the gates here in Baker. They shoot 140. And the number 2 seed with the coach of the year, the student athlete of the year, and 2 players, of course, with the first and second teams respectively. got some early work to do. They will be trailing here. Giddings for Marian so far is 3 for 3. She struck both times in game 1 and now starts game 2 with a strike in the leadoff position. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh, Marian, 3 in a row early. The first change in the lineup for Elmhurst. Contessa now into the lineup for Elmhurst. Sismacek, the sophomore from Lockport, Illinois. She was bowling in the number 2 position. Meanwhile, Jocelyn Eggert looking for 4 in a row and has it for Marian. Marian starting to look like themselves. Grace Leonard checking out the approach on the right lane. As Aurora, of course, and Carroll switch sides. Shakira for the front 5 for Marian. Bang. What a way to start for Marian. I mentioned Giddings perfect. She's had the front 3 for herself. Again, 2 strikes in game 1, 1 so far in game 2. That's going to go left. That's a good 9 though, just the 5 pin. It's spare there for Grace. By the way, Aurora shot 175. They have a 35-pin lead early on Carroll as they look to tie the mega match up here. Of course, it is conference championship weekend across the NCAA women's bowling landscape. All the way from, of course, Conference USA, the MEAC, the SWAC, of course, the CCIW, Conference Carolinas, the GLVC. Many conferences, of course, determining the automatic bids. It's a good spare there for Mary for Elmhurst. Well, Abby's going to owe the team maybe some Gatorades or some kind of hydration beverage. Generally what happens when you miss a 5 pin. Lori Decker, who advanced to the Intercollegiate Singles Championships. Became the first Blue Jay women's bowler to advance to the ISC, so she'll be bowling in Las Vegas no matter what happens. She'd love to be able to have an opportunity to help her team and lead the team to Las Vegas in the NCAA Final Four. She finished second at the Addison Sectional a couple of weeks ago. She had 13:51 for 6 games. The top 4 did advance again to the national tournament. She will be one of 24 players looking for an individual national championship or USBC Collegiate. That'll be at the South Point Bowling Plaza. That'll be April 13th through the 19th, a full week. With the singles qualifying the first couple of days during the week in Las Vegas. And then the finals and the tapings will take place on the 19th. Marian spared in the 7th. Aurora, good shot. And Marie Ruvich. It was a good start for Carroll. Unfortunate there for Hope in the leadoff spot. Split in the 6th frame. Carroll, the number 2 seed, trailing after the first game of Baker by 35 pins. Aurora. For Baker, folks, it's simple. And I know it sounds simple, and I'm going to make it sound simple, but I know it's not. But filling frames is really the element of Baker. Fill as many frames as you can, and more than likely you're going to come out a winner. Gufrin has had some trouble carrying the 10-pin. I felt like maybe her last 6 to 7 shots have been pretty good. Some of the conversations between Aurora players and Coach Rich. Miguel Mill is also the head coach for the men's team at Aurora, which is also now a varsity sport. That announcement was just made in January. Miguel Mill was the Plainfield East boys bowling coach. love that smile from Elmhurst. That was Kylie. She certainly was not sure about it. Marian shoots 213 despite the open in the 10th frame. They are at 438. .438 after 2 for Marian. Marian not wasting any time. Unfortunately, Giddings, I didn't see the shot, but she took 3 off the left. Good spare. Aurora now with back-to-back games in the 170s. 174 to be exact, but it's enough to keep them in front of Carroll, who's going 140, 169. .40-pin lead right now for Aurora. Let's see if Coach Petrin here can Press the right buttons, because it is working now for Marian. They look like a much different team already since the moment Baker started. And I think it was, as I mentioned, just that sigh of relief, right? They were able to sneak away with the first point. I think it could be a little bit different had they lost that. But I think the scores were going to pick up for Marian no matter what in Baker. Right now, for Coach Rich McElmeal for Aurora, you know, his idea to use kind of the full team in this lineup, yeah, somewhat unorthodox, if you will, but it's working. He's using a 7-player lineup with essentially the leadoff spot, or I should say the first frame, the second frame, and the 7th frame covered by 3 different players. Actually 4, including Ann Hensick, excuse me. Good spare there for Grace Leonard. Jocelyn Eggerts. Carey hasn't really been on her side today. Kylie Firmuga, a sophomore from Addison, Illinois, went to Addison Trail. Aurora has a lot of confidence right now, and you can tell. Alyssa Alexander, she's been pretty solid today. Look out. Didn't quite stick the landing. Did Eggert, maybe a little bit of dust in that far left gutter. But hangs on for the spare. Bartlett trying to get going here. Second team all CCIW selection. Meanwhile, Brenna Shakira. The dance has started. And Marian is moving closer. This is game 3 of 5. Anne Marie. I got to give her a lot of credit because she's been trying to play in the middle part of the lane, which has kind of been, on paper, I should say, on paper, hasn't looked like a very good idea, but she's got it to work here. Meanwhile, Carroll, they're trying to push the right buttons. You know, they might need to make a move left. Again, doesn't sound like a good idea. I'm still surprised I haven't seen a lot of people play further or closer to the gutter. Right or left. The closest to the gutter I've seen has been Lori Decker. And I think 1 or 2 righties I've seen just across both matches. Uh-oh. Anne-Marie is the queen of facial expressions, is what I've learned so far. Olsen. I got to tell you, and Kylie Olsen, I was looking up some of the stats, both on the NTCA website as well as the CCIW conference stats. You know, Kylie is kind of all over the stats in a good way. And individual frame fill percentage, she was 3rd in CCIW at 80%. And then in the Baker format, Baker, she's 3rd in average per frame and 8th in regards to Baker fill percentage at 77%. And of course, with Brenna Shakira and Jocelyn Eckert, but by Marian, you know, it doesn't stop just with Brenna and Jocelyn. They've got a pretty deep roster. Meanwhile, Aurora, as they go to the back half, doubling. Carroll is firmly in that situation, whereas Alyssa Alexander, and it's not just Alyssa too, or sorry, Anne-Marie, Alyssa has made that big jump left as well. And it could be a Coach Rich decision, but Carroll might have to do the same thing. They're trying to play the track area, which it looks good and then it doesn't. It's a very weird thing, and I think it's just based on kind of where the oil lines meet on this pattern. Trying to play the shim, if you will, right around the track area. Around 9-10-ish or so, just like Pleshard did there. Makes it 4 in a row for Aurora. And they look like a brand new team. If you had watched this team during the traditional, you would say this is not the same team that's bowling during this Baker portion. But you got to give credit where credit is due, and Aurora, the number 3 seed, 7-5 in the regular season across 2 CCIW meets. Coming through here. Spear made there for Allison. Petrin looking for the right combination. Meanwhile, Aurora and Anne-Marie, but they got a chance to really break this one open. Marian's going to be in the 170s with a spare. And for Elmhurst, this will be their, at the moment, this would be their highest game so far of Baker. Elmhurst is going 169 to 157. Of course, Marian started 225, 213. Their lead already over 100 pins already. 112 to be exact. Elmhurst can cut into that lead just a little bit with 2 games left to go. Good spare. Aurora's going to be in the 2-0s, folks. It'll be their first 200 game of this Baker set. Carroll Looks like might have their highest Baker game, but not high enough at this point. Again, they have the lead in the mega match 1-0 after defeating Aurora 843 to 808 in the traditional game. $173 for Marian. There's a good one, and a ball change for Ava Butt. .611 through 3 is Marian. 2:03 the score for Aurora. Aurora now at 552. This will be Carroll's highest game, but of course it comes at the same time that Aurora has their high game so far of the set. It was a big spare for Lori Decker. We are scheduled to have session number 2 at 2 p.m. Central Time today. But the way things are kind of trending, we very well could have a tiebreaker between Aurora and Carroll. And for that to happen, or for that not to happen, I should say, Carroll's got to get on the horse here quickly. As of this moment, they trail 552 to 489. That's after 3 games. 174. For Elmhurst, they trail by 111 pins to Marian, who is inching closer to advancing in the winner's bracket. Let's see what Carroll has to offer here. That was a shot that looked pretty good for about 35 feet or so. Ricci. Bang. That's a team that is confident, speaking of Aurora. Ricci, the sophomore from Tonic, Illinois, went to LaSalle Peru High School. One of my good friends, and she's also a coach at Governor State University, went to LaSalle Peru High School. Melanie McDaniel, she recently celebrated a birthday. She also bowls on the PWBA Tour. And on the PBA Tour, I believe Nate Stubler, an alum of LaSalle Peru. Grace Leonard. Missed the head pin, but certainly something makeable. Meanwhile for Giddings. Split there, but she trades a split with Elmhurst. Contessa, the sophomore, for Elmhurst, gets a strike in the second frame. Again, Marian and Elmhurst on the right of your screen. Carroll and Aurora on the left of your screen. And then plenty of open play here on this wonderful Saturday afternoon. Nice spare for Leonard. Lefty and Olsen for Marian leave something makeable. Can Carroll put together a game here? This is a pivotal game. Allison Will, who shot 226 to lead Carroll over Aurora in the traditional portion of our mega match, to give them the lead 1-0 at the moment. But in Baker, it's been Aurora. Aurora leads by 63 pins over Carroll here. And if Aurora does win the Baker portion, the teams will be tied at 1 point apiece, and we would head to the best-of-7 tiebreaker. Best-of-7 tiebreaker, and it would be in the Baker format. Those of you who are haven't figured out kind of Baker so far, generally speaking, each player, 5 players, gets two frames each. The leadoff bowler bowls frames 1 and 6, followed by 2 and 7, 3, 8, 4, 9, and of course the 5th and the 10th frames. But if you're like Coach Rich and you want to have kind of your entire team play a role in your Baker competition, you can have all 7 players involved. He's got 1 player bowling leadoff, and then he's got a couple of players bowling 2 frames, specifically the 3, 8, 4, 9, and 5, 10 bowlers. And then he's got a player bowling the 2nd frame and a player bowling the, oh my, how about the slow 9-pin? That was the slowest 9-pin, but we'll take, says Coach Rich McElneal. How about that? But yeah, he's got Heidi Enriquez bowling the 7th frame. He had Grace Leonard bowling frame 2, Christine Ricci bowling frame 1, and then Ann Hensick was bowling frame 6. And that leaves Alyssa Alexander to bowl frames 3 and 7, Emily Plushar to bowl frames 4 and 9, and then Anne-Marie Ruvich, excuse me, to bowl frames 5 and 10. All right, spare right down the middle for Lori Decker. Brought out the plastic ball to go right up the middle for that one. Carroll. They look like they're getting close. Again, the key for them, if they can have a clean game and get into the 190s or the 2-0s, and they can have Aurora maybe make a mistake or 2, they can cut the deficit. I think Carroll would love to see a deficit that would be in the 30 pin range heading into this final game. 60 pins, no matter who the opponent is a lot to overcome. 30 pins is doable though. Dufresne wearing number 26 for Elmhurst. A freshman from Naperville Central High School out of Naperville, Illinois. And that one did not have a chance there from Anne-Marie. Shortino, 2-4-5. Marian in full control. It is Elmhurst that really needs a big game. Again, their deficit is 111 pins at the moment.
Do you have any idea where this is at? 611 to 500.
See Carroll already into the 8th frame. Now their first split and their first possible open. Good shot from Ann, the lefty. 200 game will go a long way here. Well, that is super left for Bartlett. This one has the makings of the best of 7 tiebreaker, folks. Back-to-back opens for Carroll, and what started as a very promising game now looks like at best it's a game in the 160s. Meanwhile, Marian, big double late. Lori Decker for Elmhurst. Set up shop here in the 10th frame. Max score of 182. Made a ball change. Boy, that ball saw the lane very quick. You talk about a quick response piece of equipment. I think Brenda Shakira wow. I am not sure I've ever seen that before in my life. The ball clipped the right side of the head pin. It was going left to right, so it was going away from the head pin, but it did clip it. And as you saw, the head pin wiggled and did not go down. It's unbelievable. Meanwhile, good washout conversion. Speaking of washouts, here's another. Max score here for Aurora is 173. Boy, Carroll getting a couple breaks late with these open frames. And at the same time, kind of a missed opportunity for Carroll as well. 183 for Marian, 159. For Elmhurst. $794 to $659. And Marian well on their way to advancing in the winner's bracket. Anne-Marie trying to save a game of the 150s. I'll put him at 704. Almost, I mean, you talking about getting a break if you're Carroll. If Aurora does not mark in this 10th frame, Carroll is going to trail by 20 plus pins. Carroll, who didn't bowl their best game, or I should say, it started off as their best game and then had some late opens. The way this game has shaped out and shaped up for Aurora, Carroll shoots 200. They might have the lead. But at the moment, let's see, best they can do is 142. That would put them at 694. That's if Anne-Marie makes the spare here. They make the spare and strikes, that would be 694. Carroll's at 656. It would be a 38-pin lead for Aurora. Again, Carroll won the first point in the traditional. If she does not make this, it's going to be a 20-plus pin lead. It's online. Great spare. It sounds crazy, but that spare could be the difference. And Aurora ultimately winning this match coming up in Game 5 and not. I mentioned to you earlier, a deficit in the 30s, which it was 63 pins after 3 games for Carroll. But it's a very tough game here for Aurora. They give a lot of pins back. But at the moment, a strike here, they would still be leading by 38. Game 5 has begun for Marian and Elmhurst. It will be 142. This is their low game of this set so far. $694. It is a 38-pin lead for Aurora. They have led by 35 pins after the first game, 40 pins after game 2, 63 pins after game 3, and now back to 38 after game 4. And they come out firing. For Marian and Elmhurst, the lead seems very insurmountable at this point for Elmhurst to try to overcome. Now, if Aurora wins, I'm curious if Coach Rich will continue to utilize the 7-player format that he has working here in the best of 7. But, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? The unfortunate thing for Carroll is they just don't look like they have and have had. Not only have they not had a good ball reaction, but not even a kind of a sense on where to get it. I mean, you can tell Coach Petrie and Coach Ermish, they've been kind of tinkering ball choices for certain players. Some players have made varying moves on the lanes, and for whatever reason, certainly it just hasn't worked, and or hasn't worked on a consistent level. Could be a situation where, I mean, simply put, if Carroll can find a double, you know, maybe I hope Aurora makes a few mistakes. Aurora has a couple of players who are playing the furthest left, while Carroll as a team is kind of still playing in the same zone right now. It's around the track area. Decker stepping up for Elmhurst. Good shot. Boy, Marian's at 3 splits so far in this one. Good news is, of course, they've got a very large lead. Aurora is giving Carroll some opportunities. And Carroll right now just unable to capitalize. Spare from Emily for Aurora. Again, the Spartans of Aurora, they lead by 38 pins. They're looking to even up the mega match. Marian is going to defeat Elmhurst 2-0 in the mega match. Marian of Wisconsin will move on to the winner's bracket. The players are still on the same pair of lanes, and so there's been a ton of transition. They bowled 1 full traditional match on the pair. Of course, they're 10 minutes of practice on it. And now this is the 5th Baker game of the set. That's a good spare. You never know what could happen here in the back half of the game. For Aurora, they just got to make spares. I mean, literally just keep it simple, make spares, and they're going to be fine. Right now, if you're Aurora, too, I mean, you've got all of the confidence, the momentum. Even if this was a best of, Aurora would still be leading 3-1. For Elmhurst, trying to finish as strong as possible, but they are going to move into the elimination bracket. And they'll be there this afternoon, and we'll face the loser of the Carroll Aurora match. But this one looks like it's moving toward the tiebreaker. Courtney Ermish was back here having a conversation with Sam Shortino. Boy, a strike here would go a long way. You just need to see all 10 fall. And building blocks, even on the Brooklyn side. For Aurora, again, simple. They got some pins to respot, but they just got to make spares. The last thing you want to do for if you're Aurora is leave frames open late and then essentially kind of give it away on the back door. You don't want to do that. Open frame there in the 7th. For Marian, they added in a couple of players who were down on the warm-up pairs. Brianna Clemens, sophomore, getting some time in. Allison Will, who was who I called the MVP of their traditional match against Aurora. She shot 226 in the winning effort. 179 is the max score right now for Carroll. That was their first strike of the game. Again, they trailed by 38 pins. Maybe. At the very least, Carroll, getting a couple of looks at some different bowling balls. Let's spare there for Ann Hensick. I don't think she thought that was going to happen. Meanwhile, Marian with a double. Lori Decker and Elmhurst, boy, they were right there in the traditional match. If you're just joining us, it was a 2-pin match with both Brenda Shakir in the 10th frame and Lori Decker up in the 10th frame, and they could have gone either direction. Lori had a chance to, at the very least, if both players had threw all three in the 10th frame, they would have tied at 867. But Decker went first. She left a big 4. Shakira went next. She left a 6-pin. Decker had to make her spare after Shakira made hers. And it's been all Marian here in the Baker format. And they are going to advance 2-0 and face the winner of the Carroll Aurora University matchup. Elmhurst making their first appearance in the CCIW championship in their program's history. Led by Tori Bartoloni, husband Danny, their son. Danny here as well, watching on. He's got a chance. All right, so 148 is the max. Let's go ahead and just add that up real quick. So 804 would be the 5-game total, which puts the magic number for Aurora at 111 with 3 frames to go. There are no gimmies. Wash out here for Alexander with Plishar and Ruvich coming up next. They should have plenty. Oh, they might have it right here. And they will. There it is. The washout conversion the hard way from Alyssa Alexander. And that is going to do it. 145. Total 801. All right, tiebreaker coming up. Elmhurst shoots 136. That puts them at a final tally of 795. I tell you, when Aurora began the traditional match, and it was kind of seesawing back and forth those early frames, then Carroll started to put some runs together, really led by, again, Allison Will. If it wasn't for Allison Will, Aurora could have won the traditional. But Allison Will was determined to not let that happen. But the same determination now moved into on the side of Aurora. And the Spartans have been phenomenal here in this Baker portion. And they are going to advance. I'm sorry, not advance, I beg your pardon. They are going to a tiebreaker. Best of 7. Again, the teams do not switch lanes. So important from the transition perspective. Now the key is, I think, if Carroll, puts the notes together. All right, and they missed the pocket a ton, but I think I understand their game plan. Based on what I've seen, they've been, again, around the track. I think they've been trying to be near the first tracer, or I should say, the first tracer down lane. So about 40 feet or so down lane. If you're hitting 10, you'll have a chance on this pattern to strike. Now, again, the interesting thing is no one on either team has been closer to the gutter, which is still a little bit shocking to me on the 34-foot pattern. Now, not all short patterns, or the gutter, I should say, doesn't play on every short pattern. But we haven't seen a lot of players even try it. Either Marian was waiting for, I don't know what they were waiting for, but maybe Kaylee Barrett there in the 10th frame getting some run. All right, they finish at 159. Puts them at 953. They defeat Elmhurst 2-0 and will face either number 2 seed Carroll or number 3 seed Aurora. We're headed to the tiebreak. So the tiebreaker is coming up next, folks. Hang with us. You're watching the CCIW Championship. This is day 1, session 1. Tiebreaker between Carroll and Aurora is coming up next here on the Blue Jays Sports Network.
here tonight.
Yes. And I have Amory socks on. Amory. Oh, I love it. We're gonna get this on collection. I have her socks on. They are clean, yes. And they're Nikes, so they're fancy.
Okay.
All right, the tiebreaker between Carroll and Aurora now underway. See if Coach will, Coach Rich specifically for Aurora, again, will keep his 7-player run in. So far, it looks to be true, as this is Ann Hansick. Excuse me, Hansick. I've been saying Hensick, I beg your pardon. Ann Hansick, freshman from Joliet. That's what happens when you can't read your own handwriting. Shortino has been battling. She's been a couple of different spots in the lineup. This is Grace Leonard for Aurora. Again, on the right lane. This is the only match now going. We began at 11 a.m. Central Time. Historically, in this tournament, Aurora faced Marian in the championship match last year. Last year, the seeds were a little bit different. The matches were Marian versus Carroll to open things up, and Carthage versus Aurora. And for the second consecutive year, Aurora is in a tiebreaker match in the first round. And they defeated Carthage 4-0. They swept them in the tiebreak last year. It's crazy. Aurora was in 2 tiebreakers last year. Found themselves again in the championship match where they faced Marian. This year's first team on the all CCIW as well. Talked about the names mentioned, and this year, of course, Anne-Marie Ruvich, Ava Butt of Carroll, Anne-Marie, of course, of Aurora, Lori Decker of Elmhurst, Jocelyn Eggert, and Brenda Shakira of Marian. But very similar first team from last season. Anne-Marie, now a back-to-back member of the first team all CCIW. Same with Jocelyn Eggert, Lori Decker, and Brenda Shakira. The only difference this year, Maddie Lathrop from Augustana, replaced essentially by Ava Butt of Carroll. So 4 out of the 5 players going back-to-back on the all CCIW first team, again including Anne-Marie, who is stepping up right now on 22. That's got to hook a lot. Anne-Marie is on my all facial expression team. It doesn't matter if it strikes, doesn't strike, if she threw a bad shot, if she threw a great shot. Like, she's going to have some kind of expression. So this is a best of 7 now, folks. Not a total pinfall, best of 7. So it's the first team to win 4 Baker games at this point. And again, if we were going off what we just watched, although I did not get Aurora's final game, but Aurora, now I actually want to know what that is. Hold on a second. Anne-Marie does the job. Okay, so Aurora's 5th game was 152. That would have gotten them a 4 games to 1 win if it was a best of scenario. So Aurora would have beaten Carroll in both formats. That one goes Brooklyn quickly there for Ann, and the 7-pin moved. Might be enough space just to fit a bowling ball in between the 7 and the 8 there. 846 was the final total. 846 to 801. Aurora with the advantage. And here we are, and now Shortino, who has just been looking for just a small semblance of a break, leaves at 7-10. I do think, though, the lane condition is a big reason why our scoring pace is what it is. That is well done there. How about that? Aurora pulling out all the stops. Annie Hansick with a 7-8 conversion. Shortino, I was going to say, how about you just bounce that one, Sam, and see what happens here. This is where seeding is important. And the reason I say that is because if you are the higher seed, which Carroll is, and the teams happen to be tied at 3 games apiece, they will have choice of which lane they want to finish on for game 7. So you never know how that could come into play. Allison Will coming through in the clutch again for Carroll, just like she did in the traditional game this morning against Aurora, which seems like eons ago, 3 hours ago, in fact. Tough spare, but got it indeed. It was Heidi Enriquez. And Coach Rich has stayed with this 7-player Baker situation. And here's what he's been doing. He went with Christine Ricci. Actually, you know what? Let me check that. I think Ann Hansick actually may have started frame number 1. She may have bowled 1 and 6. I got to give Alyssa Alexander a lot of credit. I feel like she's had the best ball reaction of either player on any of these teams. And she and, of course, Anne-Marie are the furthest left, right? They're around 4th arrow. But she's been closer to the head pin, and when she's clipped the head pin, her carry percentage has been pretty decent. Emily, I don't think she called all of that one at the bottom. But you can see it was online, getting down there pretty quick, and then the pattern started to take the bowling ball, but it wasn't going in the right direction. That open frame in the ninth could be costly. Now Carroll can only shoot 164. Aurora in the driver's seat here. That's a good one. Best shot for quite some time there for Ava Butt. That's got to hook a lot. Well, we've got ourselves a situation. Going to need a 16-pin fill to guarantee victory here in game one. Speaking of Aurora, that's if Ava can strike here. If she doubles, she will force Aurora to mark in the 10th frame. And a 4-pin. Now it's just 6 pins on 2 shots. Carroll went 9-3 CCIW regular season meets. They had 2 of those. Aurora went 7-5. That's 6. That's enough for a game 1 victory. $157 to $154. Right now, Carroll is in danger of dipping into the elimination bracket. Right now, Elmhurst is awaiting the loser of this match. Marian is awaiting the winner. All right, so back to our 7-player Baker portion for Coach Rich McElmill. So Christine Ritchie has gone or started frame one, excuse me. Well, big shuffle in the lineup. So Hannah Bartlett goes from 4th to 1st to lead things off. I like that move by Coach Petrin. Need a little bit of a jolt. And sometimes just a shift in the personnel in regards to lineup can do it. Early open from Ritchie. So to finish that up, so Ritchie's bowling first. Grace Leonard has bowled second. The second frame only. Then Alyssa Alexander bowls frames 3 and 7, kind of very similar or normal. I should say 3 and 8, normal from the Baker perspective. Emily Pleshar bowls 4th and 9th, and Marie Ruvich bowls 5th and 10th. But in the 6th frame, Ann Hansick has bowled the 6th frame. Oh, look at, there's a double. I got to be honest, it's been a long time since Carroll tossed a double. That's huge, again, just for the psychological element of things. And finishing up the Baker lineup, Heidi Enriquez has bowled the 7th frame for Coach Rich McElmill. It worked. And the Baker total pinfall. See if it works here in the best of 7, but they do lead it 1-0. Well, you thought that was actually going to hook there from Shortino, and it did not. That one was kind of baffling to some degree. That one looked like it should have hooked, and it did. So you can make a ball change there, or it may be time for a lineup switcheroo. Or in this case, what would be a substitution. There's an NCAA tournament bid on the line, and you'd love to remain in the winner's bracket. If you stay in the winner's bracket for as long as you can, in fact, whoever walks out of here today undefeated will have a spot in the championship match tomorrow afternoon. Whoever leaves with a win and a loss will bowl in the morning. There will be one team that will be defeated, or I'm sorry, eliminated, I should say. It will be a team that is going to go 0-2. The 1-1 team will bowl in the morning. Or the 2 1-1 teams, I beg your pardon, will bowl in the morning. While the undefeated team will be waiting in the championship match. Oh my. Boy, Alyssa hooked at that spare. This is the toughest start that Aurora has had in quite some time. Big lead here for Carroll. They can capitalize. Going down to the warm-up pair for Carroll is Allison Bolda, freshman from Waterford, Wisconsin. Ishar with a 10-pin. A very tricky lane condition. Also down on the warm-up pair, Grace London, a freshman from Juneau, Wisconsin. Also for Carroll. If you're just joining us for the first time, my name is Emil Williams Jr. It's a pleasure to be here with you for the CCIW Championship. 5th year for the CCIW. Automatic spot to the NCAA tournament, automatic bid, I should say, on the line. I will go to the winner. Last year's winner, Marian, was then sent to the Lansing Regional. Last year, the teams included, of course, Marian. Youngstown State was the highest ranked team. Maryville and Nebraska. Those are the 4 teams, and Marian had a chance to knock off Youngstown State in the in round 1 traditional format. They were close, but Youngstown State ended up winning the traditional and then beat them by a few, of course, in the Baker total pinfall as well. Youngstown State went on to win the regional and advance to the Final Four. Should be a very interesting seeding situation once once all of our conference champions are determined. Nebraska is the #1 team in the nation, and so more than likely we won't see Nebraska and Youngstown State in the same regional again, because Youngstown State is also a top 5 team. Geographically, though, the winner of this conference geographically would be closer to Michigan than they would be to Texas, which is where the Arlington Regional is held. And then, of course, you're going east. There's regionals in both Rochester, New York, and Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So you would assume, just based on geographical reasons, that the winner of the CCIW would be sent to the Lansing, Michigan regional. But, of course, assumptions aren't always a good thing. In fact, they're never a good thing. Oh, this could be the one for Shortino. There it is. And that just might get us a smile from Sam. Well, she has been working really hard to find the right combination of both ball choice and lane play, working with both coaches. Been watching their conversations throughout the day. Carroll with multiple strikes now, 3 in this game, maybe 4. High flush, no 9-pin. They have the lead for the moment. Speaking of Carroll. That's a good one there. Oh, maybe not. Wow, that looked like a good shot. 2-8-10. Spare ball handles. One, 2-10, and Aurora still with a chance to win. That was a good shot there. Wrapping the 10 there is Emily for Aurora. The Spartans trying to get back to the CCIW championship match for the 2nd consecutive year. Last year they lost to Marian. Best of 7 tie break, 4-2. Well, if Aurora is to win this game, it is going to take all 3 strikes in the 10th. From Anne-Marie Ruzic. Or Ruvich, I beg your pardon. She's from Rockford, Illinois, went to Boylan Catholic High School. 5'9" junior. Going to need all 3 in the 10th for Aurora to go up 2-0. Anything less, it's a 1-1. And the 2-8, and Carroll is on the board. .128 for Aurora. But the best of 7 is now 1 game apiece. Anna Bartlett from Aurora, Illinois. High flush. She went to Aurora Central Catholic, the junior. Ricci takes it back for Aurora. Ricci, I beg your pardon. A 5'9" sophomore. Hope, that's got a push. Now, Hope is in a situation where she does have to make some kind of move. She's left, has been high on the head pin, left 3-6-10 now a couple of times. She's gonna have to open the angles up slightly or make some kind of parallel move. Meanwhile, the Brooklyn side is working for Grace. And Grace says she will take it. I feel that. Open frame for Carroll. There was a bolt of energy rushing through Suburbanite Bowl here in Westmont, Illinois. Shortino. Thought that was 2 really good shots for her back to back. Alexander. If I had to give an MVP for Aurora, I would give it to Alyssa Alexander. She's shown a lot of leadership qualities. Her energy has been great. Again, Aurora was in the same spot. Last year they got themselves to the championship match. So there is like a funnel in the track area, at least on 21 and 22, where balls look like they're about to hook, just like Anne-Marie's. You know, that shot looked pretty okay. And as it was about to make its move, it was like it got caught and started to hydroplane and just kept going forward. Thinking back to how Marian was trying to play the lanes, and you know, they were giving away ever so slightly though, but not much. They were in the track area, but still going left to right. Good spare. Nicely done. If you're just tuning in, we are in the best of 7. Carroll versus Aurora. Marian defeated Elmhurst. That was the top seed defeating the number 4 seed 2-0 in the mega match format. Ronsick may have made a switch to urethane there. Get a look at that on the first shot. She leaves a washout. Two excellent shots there for Hannah Bartlett, and that's got to feel pretty good for her. How about the washout again from Ronsick? Annie Hansick. Hansick is the only lefty on this Aurora team. Heidi Enriquez, the freshman, she came into the lineup in the 10th frame of the traditional match. Had in a few shots after going down to the warm-up there, and this was, you know, essentially 2 hours ago at this point. She came right into the Baker competition in the 5-game total pinfall and was very, very good. 7 players making things happen for Coach Rich. That one's a little bit outside from Alyssa Alexander. The best Carroll can do is that they've had some unfortunate spare shooting issues. They can only get to 181. Well, that's a bad break for Shortino. I got to tell you, she's been on the wrong side of the breaks today. Oh, she might make this hard way. Okay. And she comes back and says, I'm not that good at that, I guess. So Aurora's going to take game 3. Like I tell you, Marian, and for that matter, Elmhurst too, they have been and will be sitting for a long time, even though both teams will certainly get practice. But that's something to kind of keep an eye on in both of those matches, respectively. Marian in the winner's bracket, Elmhurst in the elimination bracket. Their opponents, no matter which bracket, won't have a very long break at all. It's probably going to be maybe 15, 20 minutes after the conclusion of this match before the next one is set to begin. And then practice, of course, will get underway. Ball change for Anne-Marie. Playing him a bit direct, a little more direct, I should say. She's kind of playing him like her teammate Emily is to a degree. This is going to be the highest game in a little bit of a while for Aurora. They shot 203. That was their highest game in the 5-game total pinfall Baker set. $219. That's a big game, especially following a 128 performance. And they lead it 2-1. Getting Coach of the Year 2025, Mason Petrin of Carroll. And boy, he's had to work hard today. First year Student Athletes of the Year, that award went to Annie Hansick of Aurora. And the Student Athlete of the Year, that award went to Ava Butt, who's effectively the Player of the Year. The spinner. And no love on the 4-pin from Richie. The College Conference of Illinois and Wisconsin. 9 full members, 6 associates. Aurora not wasting any time. Meanwhile, as you can see, Carroll, a spirited combo. Courtney Ermish, the assistant coach, talking to the team. Courtney actually stepped down and reversed roles with Mason Petrin, who was the assistant. Those two switch roles this season. Courtney is now a high school head coach, head softball coach, and she had so many other items happening. She decided to step down as the head coach and allow Mason that opportunity for the time perspective. She could not spend as much time as she previously had. Sometimes in these situations, you got to do some drastic things. We'll see if they make any more lineup changes, but I couldn't make out what Courtney was saying, but it did sound like she was saying there was something that they didn't want to see. And I think ultimately, I think it's one thing where, you know, if you're going to miss, this has got to be your miss. Just the 3-6 there for Alexander. Bartlett with the open frame. I saw Christina Ritchie go down and grab what was like maybe it was some type of hustle, maybe a hustle USA. Turns out that ball was for Alyssa Alexander, who just used it on the 3-6 spare. Substitution in the lineup here. Oh, and a break. Grace London checks into the contest for the first time, the freshman from Juneau, Wisconsin. Emily with a break. Aurora, and obviously, right, they're the team that's loose, confident. They've got some smiles. They feel good. Carroll, of course, has been trying to figure out lane play, right balls. You know, they've missed a lot of makeables. You know, so the attitude, the disposition is just a little bit different. They need something that kind of gets them back into a smiling mode. You know, 220, 230, but even just a win would do that. They trail 2-1 here, and the best of 7 tiebreak. Carroll has missed now 2 single pins. It's a pretty young team here. 4 freshmen on this Carroll squad. A sophomore, that's Ava Budd, who won the CCIW Student Athlete of the Year award. Hannah Bartlett, Hope Minette. Those are the 2 upperclassmen, no seniors for Carroll. I would say overall this game, Carroll has had the right idea. I think they've thrown it better. The missed makeables continue to be the trouble. I think it's pretty clear what the message was from the coaching staff. These players look like they've made a couple of moves or a couple of boards right with their feet. And in essence, have trying to take away the miss right. So don't want to miss the head pin right. I think they've tried to at least line the players up to where if they're going to miss, have it be left. Maybe you catch the Brooklyn. At the very least, you leave something makeable. But as we've talked about, they've struggled with making spares here. That's a good one. Sometimes you just got to simplify it as best as possible. That's a big shot there for Hannah. In fact, I think Hannah, since she moved up to the leadoff spot, I feel she has seen her confidence return, the second team all-conference selection. Aurora clean through 5. They have traded strikes and spares. Grace London, the freshman, turned to get the A-OK from head coach Mason Petrin. Now she's got a bit of a slower ball speed, right? So the rest of her teammates throw it much faster, much harder than she does. And so she sees her ball read the lane much quicker than some of her teammates. Ann Honsick, first-year Player of the Year award winner for the CCIW. This is one of the more impressive coaching strategies I've ever seen from, and I've seen this happen, but I've only seen it where a coach, not in a win-loss scenario in a conference tournament, for example, but I have seen a coach use, all 7 of their players, all 8 of their players in Baker. When there's plenty of time, there's 24 Baker games. There's time for it, right? There's time to kind of get everybody involved. I haven't seen it in this scenario where everything's on the line, and I'm pretty impressed with what Coach Rich has done for Aurora. That was probably the most difficult or toughest shot that Heidi's had there. She's thrown some pretty good ones. You can tell she quickly missed left immediately. Max score 163 for Carroll. Aurora still in the driver's seat. No 2-8-10 that time for Alyssa. A little too close for comfort, but Alexander will take care of the 2-pin. And they are headed to a 3-1 situation, folks. Good spare. That might be the spare of the day. Emily again. She's gotten better as the matches have gone on, right? From traditional to the total pinfall Baker and now into the best of 7 tiebreak. I tell you, that shot might have been, even though it didn't carry, but that was key for the eye of Ava Butt, right? Because I think she's thrown some shots like that, but just a little bit faster. That one looked a little bit slower. And there was time for the lane or the ball to see or read the lane. That's good news for Ava. She's been searching for ball reaction this entire match. And Marie, all CCIW first team. 131 for Carroll. Unfortunate back-to-back games in the 130s. And Aurora, meanwhile, is going to be in the 2-0s. And they are one game away from advancing in the winner's bracket to face Marian of Wisconsin. Carroll out of Wisconsin, Aurora, of course, from Illinois, just down the road. Up on I-88, Elmhurst, a part of the Chicagoland area as well, the western suburbs, 20 minutes away from us. 2:03. Well, for Carroll, it's not certainly tournament time or their season is on the line yet. But if they are to mount a comeback, boy, it's got to start right now. Coach Rich just motioned to me that the front part of the lane is just gone, burn up, which makes sense. They've had a traditional match on this pair. They've had 5-game Baker on this pair, and now this is game 5 of the best of. So trying to maneuver and navigate the front part of the lane has been challenging. Bartlett starts with a washout for Carroll. Ball change here for Richie, and that's a foul. Unfortunately, would have been a gutter either way, but is she okay? She said she's stuck. I don't know if her thumb stuck or if she's stuck. So Hansik steps in, who have been bowling just frame 6 only. Question now is Christina or Richie going to be okay? 5'9" sophomore. Richie went to seek treatment or see if she needs some. She went to the trainer. Here's Leonard. You heard coach say stay out, but her ball speed was just slow enough and still had time to read the lane. Looks like a ball change there for Grace. So that was a very good ball change. Kept it on line. That was a really good shot, 4-pin. If you're joining us for the first time today, we welcome you to the CCIW Conference Championship. This is day 1, session 1. My name is Emil Williams Jr. here with you. Right now, Carroll and Aurora battling. The number 2 seed Carroll versus the number 3 seed Aurora. Seats determined by conference standings. Nice spare from Grace Leonard. We began way back at 11 a.m. Central Time, folks, where Carroll got an 843 to 808 traditional game point. They won that. We moved into the 5-game Baker pinfall, where Aurora then won 846 to 801. That brings us to where we are now, a best-of-7 tiebreak in Baker format, where Aurora has won the last 2 games. In fact, they've both their best 2 games of the day, 219, 203, and they are just 1 game away from bowling Marian in the winner's bracket. Marian defeated Elmhurst what now is, about what feels like an hour and a half ago. But Marian, who has won the conference 3 out of the last 4 years, awaiting the winner of this match to complete day 1. Emily said it was, she called it, she said. She said it wasn't a good shot. And sometimes we don't get rewarded on good shots. Many times we do. For Carroll, it has been a little bit surprising. And they've got some really good players on the team. We talked about Ava Butt, Hannah Bartlett, Sam Shortino, who have all been pretty good, especially in conference play when we talk about single pin spare percentage, even to some degree strike percentage as well. The Baker formats, they have been pretty solid also, and they have just not had it today. That is just literally the one place where you cannot get fast. And it's going to be a washout every time. I can tell you, if I'm both of these teams, I think I can't wait to get back to the fresh. But if you're Aurora, and considering how things began, shooting 808 to lose the traditional point, then winning the total pinfall Baker point, and 1 game away now from winning this tiebreaker, you won't really care. I think Carroll certainly wants to get back to the fresh because they can start anew, go back to maybe the original game plan. You know, we saw Allison Will shoot 226. Although it was a high game, it was enough at that moment to get them a point of victory. Ponsick. Well, frames 1 and 6, of course, might be the difference in this game. Carroll with the lead. Despite 2 opens of their own. That's Enriquez, I beg your pardon. Heidi Enriquez with a strike in the 7th. 5 opens this game for Aurora in a match clinching situation. For Carroll, and they just got to make spares, stay out of trouble. All Aurora can do is shoot 144. That's the best they can do. The clincher didn't start well for Aurora. Christina Ritchie fortunately stuck at the foul line and fell. An unfortunate gutter there from Ann at frame 6. Well, that's a break that Shortino needed just for her own confidence. Back to back the same way. And that's going to be a victory for Carroll. And they are going to extend this tiebreaker 3 games to 2. So we're going to game number 6. Aurora leads 3 games now to 2 for Carroll. But misses the head pin left. Wondering what the conversation there was with assistant coach Ermish there. was an opportunity, obviously, for Ava to, kind of do whatever she wanted to try to move on the lane, move with her feet, move her target. Same opportunity still exists here with the head pin and 3-pin up. Again, on the line, winner advances to face Marian in the winner's bracket. And you want to remain in that winner's bracket, especially today. If you're in the winner's bracket after today, no matter what happens, you're guaranteed to bowl tomorrow. If you're undefeated after today, you get a spot in the championship match. If one of the teams that is 1-1, you come back and bowl again tomorrow. It is double elimination. One team will be eliminated tonight. Does Carroll have a little bit of magic now? Aurora has been the better team overall in Baker. This includes the 5-game total pinfall portion as well. Neither team has been great. Aurora has averaged 166.2 in their 10 Baker games to this point. Carroll has averaged 153.7 in their 10 Baker games to this point. Need some pins to be added to lane 21. This is game 6, folks. And the situation is this. For Carroll, they have to win this game to force game 7. If they win the game as the higher seed, they would have choice of which lane they'd like to finish on. For Aurora, they lead 3-2. If they win the game, they advance to face Marian in about 20 minutes. 2:45 remaining. Grace Leonard coming over to get what looks to be a 900 Global Zen bowling ball. Two, 4, 5 conversion. It seems to be not necessarily confusion, but from the coach's perspective, they seem to have it understood. From the fans' perspective, got a different bit of a view or different view on what was left on the, it looked like a 5-10, but what I understand, whatever pin slid over, and I'm not sure which pin that was, but if that does happen and the rack doesn't catch it, then the pin goes back to its original spot. Listen, Alexander. Big double. You can tell Aurora wants to get this match over with, and rightfully so, because you don't want to get Carroll in a situation where they advance. Because I think no matter what happens, but if Carroll somehow wins this match and they get to kind of start over, boy, that game plan is going to be brand new. They are going to do a lot of different things. And I'm guessing it's probably going to start with the way they begin practice on the pair to try to set up the lanes. They've been bowling for a long time now.
What time did y'all get done bowling? Like how long have y'all been waiting? What time did you get done? Just calculating. It's been about an hour and a half, right?
So Marian has been waiting for an hour and a half. And at the same time, Carroll and Aurora have been bowling literally since 11 a.m. Central Time. What is now 3 hours and 5 minutes. Wow. High flush 7. Aurora throwing the shots that they need to in a clinching situation. Appreciate the steady viewers that we've had. I don't know if you would like to, but feel free to say hello in that chat. Let me know who you're rooting for. Hannah Bartlett. Hannah needs something good to happen. Hoping that her spare ball stayed on the lane to clip the 10, and that's exactly what happened. But Aurora has the lead here in game 6. They trail, Carroll trails 3 games to 2. Rubich handles the spare. Anne Marie has been steady in that anchor roll. She is 3rd in the conference in single pin percentage at 85.5%. You saw a good example of that right there. It's got a chance. How about that? Grace London dropped it right in the bucket, and it went right in the funnel and made its way to the 1-3. Meanwhile, Ann Hansick, the newcomer or first-year player of the year, the CCIW, big strike in the 6th frame. It's a 20-pin lead for Aurora. The difference right now is an open frame in the first from Carroll. Aurora clean through 6. Carroll, again, amidst that open, they have been clean ever since. No doubles, though. Could they get one here? Shortino. One, two, four. Enriquez. Maybe. Maybe. No. Two pin remains for Heidi. Hook, hook, hook. Man, for Shortino, who has, I mentioned her stats and how she's been very good during the conference season. Open frame in the 8th, 194 the max. Just enough from Heidi to make that 2-pin. And Aurora now just frames away. Cut that one short at Alexander. Important spare here for Carroll. Spare here, and their max is 184. Still applies a little bit of pressure for Aurora. Make sure they show up in the 10th frame. Big spare. And now Ava Butt in the 10th frame in the CCIW first team selection and student athlete of the year. Depending on what Alexander does here. She makes the spare. Again, Aurora just got to keep it clean. Nicely done. They're still pacing in the 2-0. Speaking of Aurora, I've just got to stay away from trouble here in frames 9 and 10. For Carroll, a double here would be clutch. High flush. Now to Emily. Plashar. That was dangerously close. Most important shot of the match here for Carroll. All right, with that spare, it's as simple as Anne-Marie just needs a couple of pins, stay behind the foul line twice. Ava's going to get a look at a different bowling ball to kind of get prepared for the fresh and the next match. And perhaps if they see this again. .174. And there it is. It took 3 hours and 11 minutes. But Aurora, the number 3 seed, has defeated Carroll 2-1 in the mega match format. And they will advance to face Marian of Wisconsin in the winner's bracket. We will have some moves to make ourselves. This stream will end and another one will begin shortly. and it will be titled Session 2. I think it might already be there. Courtesy of Matt Hoff. And as soon as the clinching strike was thrown, the Marian University Sabres went down and began their warm-up exercises. They have been sitting for about 90 minutes or close to it. Got to give a lot of credit to Aurora and Coach Rich McElmeal. Press the right buttons, pulled the right strings. For Carroll, well, I tell you, the coaches tried everything, I thought. They missed a lot of spares, unfortunately. And when things aren't going well, you can't figure out right ball reaction. That's when you need your spare shooting the most. 213 to 174. So your lane assignments now as we head to round number 2 today. The winner bracket match will take place on 23 and 24. And the elimination bracket match will take place on 27 and 28. With that said, we will step aside and we'll get prepared for round number 2. In the winner's bracket, we will have number 1 Marian versus number 3 Aurora. The elimination match, we will have number 2 Carroll versus number 4 Elmhurst. We'll have those matches and more next, right here on the Blue Jays Sports Network, the CCIW Women's Bowling Conference Championship.